Good morning. Welcome to another episode of the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the crypto TA. Sorry, the lighting is not the best, and I bet you were not expecting that. I wasn't either to come on stream and go live, but the show is not going to be 12 hours for that reason. It's not going to be a short day either, but let's get into the chart. All right, so Bitcoin, where we left things off yesterday, was this setup here. I actually got stopped out last night. I moved my stop up to here after we made the pump up high. And when I when I woke up this morning, we were already back to this point here. So I was like, forget about it. I'm not going to attempt to get in. I even closed out my short position because I had a short position open, and the long was going to be the hedge against my short because I do feel like my stop can get taken out. And my position where I took my short at was from here. Actually, if I go to the 4-hour time frame, yep, and this was my exact short entry here. So I feel like we can at least come back up here to this point. Possibly, we have managed to make it past quite a bit of resistance. We kept getting stopped out right along this line right here yesterday, and this morning we managed to break up through it. But there is so much resistance through here. Still haven't even made it back up here to the red line, the one that I mentioned before I ended the stream yesterday, because we continued to get stopped out across here as well. So yeah, still haven't made it back there. See, we're getting a little bit of a pullback. I will still be looking for this setup here. I may have to move this. I'm more than likely sure I will, the same way I had to move this one right here. But so far, Bitcoin chart looks pretty decent. Let me see. We're squeezing. We could likely get a pull back down to test these lows right here, potentially. Now this green line right here, this is going to be your 60 EMA for your 4-hour time frame. So last night I was like, let me go ahead and do a quick script for the EMAs for the higher time frame, so we can take a look at those and use. So I like to use that for support. So yeah, that was the blue box. We were saying price didn't need, we didn't want price to break down below this point, and we actually bounced from there. It may have been a golden pocket that we tapped into and more people jumped in. No, not bullish duo. Dynamic duo. Yeah, so it's a golden pocket retracement. So now I'm in 0 positions for Bitcoin, and I want to be. All right. And Delta still looks nice over here on the 1-hour time frame. It does look like we could potentially be turning down, like selling pressure is going to be coming back in again. I think that price could come back into here. If it doesn't hold in here, then there might be a problem for anyone who's long. Been holding up relatively well at this low where the point of control is located. Let's change that to blue. I do like how the cloud has dropped here, and potentially how price can break from the top side and push higher. Because again, I think at some point, even if we do get the pullback down here to where we've been catching the support at, I do believe that Bitcoin price can come back up here and take out any of the shorts in this zone right here. So we'll be watching for that today. I also have to get into the stock market. So we'll spend the first maybe 2.5 hours I don't know. I don't. Yeah, yeah. We'll spend a little bit more time here on Bitcoin, and then I'm gonna move over and look at the stock picks of the week. My voice feels so hoarse. I've been playing around with CoinGlass, new Legend. Fire. I love it. I love how easy it is to read the chart, to see where you have orders stacked up. And at some point, I'm pretty sure they'll be asking you to pay for it, but it's nice. If you haven't seen it, I'm just going to share that. So this is what it looks like. So right now, I just have the liquidation heat map on, liquidity heat map on, and I also have on large trades. So to throw these bubbles on here. Now, yesterday, one thing I did notice with it is that it doesn't automatically refresh. So I've had to hit the refresh button a few times for this, but I love it. I absolutely love it. And it's in sync with where I'm looking at. Well, actually, my resistance is a little bit higher than here. But yeah. Yeah, my resistance is just a tad bit higher. But I like this a lot. So if you have an account, right now it is free. I will start using it. It's a cool little tool. Bitcoin dominance is flat. That's good. So while we're doing this, let me just take a look at altcoin market. Oh, that failed horribly. Look at that. I was watching this on the 2 hour. That's what it was. We were looking at this on the 2 hour. It just pumped back up to the golden pocket. What tools do I have on this chart? Looks like I may have VWAP or something on. What do I have on? Oh, no. These are the EMAs. Okay. These are the EMAs from the 4-hour time frame. Okay. Yeah. Injective. Yeesh. Yeah. That's sad. I'm going to take this off right now. I have any levels for injective? I do. Okay, so we came back and we hit this here. So this is from a daily time frame. Just delete. It's still not bad. It really still isn't terrible because these are on the daily time frame. These are from the 4-hour time frame. Injective just has to get past this point. I mean, we can clearly see that price has been getting stopped out right across these highs right here. Just really need to get past this point. I'm gonna turn this off. And stretch these out. And I have this box here for I don't know what reason. I got 2 blue boxes there. Okay. So failure to break beyond the high of the dynamic cloud. And apparently I had this in some sort of a range. I'm not sure. Yeah. Trading in the bearish control zone below the 50% on your RSI. Definitely. Every altcoin is struggling here. So basically a continuation back down here. I would expect for it to come back down, take out these equal lows in here. So take the liquidity from this zone right here. If price does not manage to get above the dynamic cloud here and push up into where the 200 EMA is at on the daily time frame. So maybe price comes down here and takes this liquidity first, and then it gets a bounce and comes up here. Wherever the 200 is at that point, most likely would have moved. Or this is going to be, oof, horrific. Yeah. Not a lot of, let me see. Yeah. Death Cross. Yeah, continuation down unless, and you can see with this moving average here, moving directly on this trend line right here. Again, I mean, demand line. If price can break above here, then perhaps it'll come back up here to about 510. Take the liquidity from this high, but right now it is rolling over. It does have a death cross here on the daily time frame, which would lead me to speculate on it coming down here and taking this liquidity, probably even come back to this low over here if you're in injective. Altcoins just haven't done well, which is why I've diversified so much into the stock market more and more. XRP looks good. This was from the 4-hour time frame, but XRP looks pretty nice. Above the 200, which is something you can't say for a lot of your other altcoins. It's even outside of the dynamic cloud here. I did have it set for resistance right in here, and it's been rejecting off of this trend line right here. But as long as it continues to hold up here, what is that, 223, it's good. But this was all from the 4-hour, so let me turn that off for a minute. Was it the 4-hour or the 1-hour? It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's not just the 1-hour, I think. Yeah. I was hoping that if it fell back, it would catch this as support. That didn't work. So let me just start deleting some of these lines. A lot of lines. It doesn't seem I need that anymore either. See if this was the reason I had it. Yeah. just delete. And it just said 223. Yeah. Okay, so 223 is correct because below 223, it also lose the 200 EMA on the lower time frame. So, yep, if it loses that 228, then XRP would end up coming back down, probably around the low here. It held pretty well here. Yeah. So some pretty good confluence along the way. So this will just bring it back to the golden pocket. I know we were looking at an inverse head and shoulder over here, but it went sideways too long. So now I could be looking at another attempt at an inverse head and shoulder here. So it would be something like this. And just assuming that that's the rejection point there. So we'll check back in on this on the daily time frame at some point. If XRP doesn't manage to just, go ahead and break above here. SUI. Yeah, this is where we're looking at SUI with the death cross here on the daily time frame. And sharing that SUI could potentially get back up here to the 308 and the 330. It did tap the 308 perfectly. The 330, not yet, but got a little cross here on the faster ones. As long as it continues to hold in here and this 200 is just walking sideways, then it'll just continue to consolidate along here until it gets to a point where it can break higher and come back up here into the golden pocket. But if this is a bear flag, then yeah, be back down here on this trend line, potentially on this trend line here. So this is a, and I think I did this from the line chart. I might have done it from the line chart. But this is a macro trend line right here. It goes back to 2024. So it's some pretty solid support for SUI. Solana. I think Solana was one of the better looking charts. So a little bit of a squeeze, a little bit of a flag formation right here. Some sort of symmetrical triangle is forming right here. You can see it right here too. possibly on the RSI as well. So Solana is squeezing for a breakout, and if it breaks out, then I'll be looking for it to come back up to 188, 207 range here. Be a nice, oh yeah, change of structure. You're green up top right now. So if this was to break to the, yeah, it's a good chance of it breaking to the upside. So that's nice for Solana. Be looking for Sol to come up to about 207, 188, 207. And let me just see what that looks like. Yep. Nice squeeze on Solana. Nice squeeze. And it's above everything major right now. Just needs to take out this little, break out of this little triangle formation. AVAX with the struggles. Where are we at? We're at the low of this support level. This weekly range here for AVAX. Which at some point we will expect for AVAX to break out of this descending channel that it's in. Looks a little bit bearish there, like a bear flag per se. Yeah. Like that. Rejecting off of the 200 as well. So we got a death cross from this point here. That's a bearish cross from that point as well. But it's pointless for me to draw a line on this, to be honest. I was about to, but it does look a little bit like a bear flag. It doesn't have to drop all the way back down here to these lows, but I mean, that seems to be the support area for it. So if it does, this is what I would be looking for. The EMAs look awful on the daily time frame for AVAX. I don't like it. Do like the double bottom in here. It's too far away from this dynamic cloud. And whenever you're this far away, at some point you want to see the cloud drop. It's not even doing that. So it doesn't indicate to me that there's any sort of buying pressure for AVAX. I mean, you can see here where, even with it going sideways, it did manage to push back up. Well, the signal came from here, but it did manage to break back into it and break out of the upside and come up here. But at least it was dropping over here. So I really like to see it drop again to show some indication and not just consolidation. Because when it walks sideways, it's basically consolidation, and price would tend to continue down instead of curving down. Like buyers, like loans are stepping in to purchase it. The same way if you were to see a rise out of it, then it would indicate shorts or selling pressure. So not the biggest fan right now. I mean, yeah. I would probably feel different about it if it could get back above this level here. So if it can get back above $21, I would feel different about it, because at least above 21, it would start to pull these EMAs up. Um, it would start to RSI would start to rise a little bit. It's not even getting past the 50%. What it did right here, but right now it's not even, where is it? Okay. So this last rejection came from the 50% level. So yeah, double bottom, break to the upside as long as it continues to hold here. And you can see from the blue signal line that it is trying to hold here as support, that it is squeezing to potentially break up and break this neckline and push up. I'm not buying too many altcoins right now myself. I actually haven't bought any altcoins recently. I bought Jasmine real quick one day about 2 weeks ago. Jasmine started dropping, and Jasmine was out of my portfolio. And let me see. I don't think I bought anything else since then. No, I bought H bar, but H bar is on leverage. It's a small position. I'm also in a small position on OP2, which is failing me. OP is failing me. H bar has performed pretty well, but they're both really small capital liquidity setups. Cloud cover here on the daily. I mean, the daily does look like it's coming from a seller's market and potentially move it into a buyer's market. Numbers are not far off right here. 2023, that's not far off here. And a lot of times when you go from one color, one shade, like this shade is gray, and then you start seeing where selling pressure is coming down, coming down, coming down, coming down, and you reach these lows, and this high starts to drop, which goes back to what I was saying about the scale too. When you're seeing the drop from your high, then that's an indication of a switch. So bulls could be preparing to step in here on AVAX, but I mean, I wouldn't expect a whole lot out of it. But if you're buying down here at these levels here, especially where it's bounced from the last 3 times, where it's bounced from the last 3 times, then you're in a much safer position to get in and make some gains off of it. But what happens a lot with altcoins is, or with trading period, people don't want to take the profit. You take it even when it's small. What is Bitcoin doing right now? Because I haven't been looking at it. It's holding up. Okay. Possible squeeze down again on Bitcoin. Let's see. Data we were looking at on the 1 hour. Watching this one for a little bit. I think it was over here at the time, the last time I checked in on it, and I was saying that we would watch it for the selling pressure to come in, because it was getting this massive squeeze up here on the upside from all this overbought territory. And so it has dropped a bit. Cloud cover here. Price tried to reclaim here and failed. So got to squeeze on sellers now. So theta doesn't look bad right now in this moment. It does not look bad. Because with the squeeze, it hasn't even broke out yet. Not yet. Hasn't even managed to reclaim one of these momentum lines here yet. So not bad here on theta on the 1 hour. Hugging the low here. I think I'll take a position on theta. Since I'm not in anything right now, I will do a low leverage trade on theta. I have to open my account back up. Breakfast. Let my coffee get cold. I don't want to eat in anyone's face, so I'm gonna hide myself in just a second so I can eat my breakfast. All right. So let me. Let me look at the 15-minute on this one. I don't know if it's just the time frame, the exchange, or what it is. I do not like charts when they look like this. No, I do not like charts. When they look like they belong in a computer board. I don't like that. Nonetheless, I will take a small position on theta. And theta is still below the 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame. I like that part. Let me check one other thing on theta. Yep, it can get my money. It can get my, I love wedgie. I love when moving averages wedge. So I'm good with that. All right, and I will follow back up on this. I'm just trying to see where my challenges were at. Okay. So this is the 60 EMA here on the 4-hour time frame. 60 EMA. And this was the 200, I believe, when I clicked on it. And it was the 200 from the 4-hour. So where was the 5? It doesn't tell me. Let me make sure that was the 2. Yep, that's the 200. Okay, I can work with that. Even if it's a small move back up here into the 60, which is at 68.7. Unfortunately, I did not see where the 5 was at. I can always go on the 4-hour though, right? I don't understand why it didn't show up on that chart. Okay. So I entered in on theta. So Tia started with the breakout here on the daily time frame, and it just got stumped. Once it can get past this point right here, then Tia may have a chance, and I really hope that Tia does well because I have Tia. Tia's like the second largest amount of money in the altcoin I have right now, and I'm down. I am down, so I do want Tia to do well. It's not looking too good for it though. I will cut my losses and move on with the rest of my money and make it back by simply investing it in something in the stock market, more than likely. And speaking of the stock market, there are so many companies that I'm looking at, and I just see a lot of bearish signals on the 4-hour time frame. I'm gonna get into that today because there are a lot of bearish signals on the 4-hour time frame. ICP. Check Bitcoin real quick. Okay. So Bitcoin remains in the squeeze for now. $15-minute on Bitcoin looks really nice. So I'm gonna cut my camera for a minute. My fan is blowing. I have my food. I have not eaten my food yet. So I'm just gonna cut my camera for a sec and then I will be back on screen, but I don't want to be eating in front of your face or anything. And hopefully I'm not crunching either. When I'm looking at the EMAs, I'm really more concerned about where the 60 and the 200 is in relation to price, not the 5, 10, or 26. It's mainly for me the 60 and the 200. How close are they to price action? And what are the chances of those two turning, flipping, flipping bullish? A nice bottom here. As long as it curves away from here, you can wick it like it did here before, but really want to see it curve away from here and push up. So we don't have to look back at that again. I can just do it like this. Since I know that there's some confluence here with that, that moving average there. All right. LCP. I just had to check back on Bitcoin. Just checking to see if there was some sort of a range structure here. I don't see anything. I have my drawings for a second. Oof. This was back in December. So this is the target. So that makes a lot more sense now. That makes a lot more sense there. This would be the target for ICP if it ever gets it ish together. This will most certainly be it. I can see why support is holding where support is based on that and how the line just drags across. Support there, resistance here, and now support again here. You can see the rejection from these lows here across this top box here. And that goes across this line here. So basically that, so that makes sense. Where price action is trapped. So I'm gonna leave the weekly levels off on that, and then that way I can see where the next trouble zone would come in for. Okay, let me see how much of a price change that is. At 1147 to 952. I didn't see an easier way for me to make that into a line. Maybe if I do it something like this, then that would make it easier. But I just leave it as such. And let me just go back to the lower time frames and see what's up. I probably have it set to not show the line on any other time frame. And I also have, where's the money line I did? I know I did one that had the, oh, never mind. I did that. Okay. So now weekly. As we look at it and see why that made sense. So not really any closes below this purple box, this purple line here. So no candle closures below here, basically, is what we're looking at. And then this body, this is basically where the support has been coming at from the line chart here on the bodies. Okay. I have some ICP, so I will not be getting any more because I'm down on this already. Now I'm just being anal because I want the lines to match up perfectly. So, accumulation zone. If it does tap back into this box here, I'll probably scoop me some up just for a leverage trade. That is what I'll do. I'll scoop some up if we come back into here, and then that way I can use this as where my stop would be. So not bad for ICP. Need that wide of a stop. And then that will be target 1 and then target 2. And this would be that wouldn't be bad if it worked out like that. I'm not expecting for it to do anything like this. No, I'm not expecting for it to do anything like that. Okay, so that's ICP. Some pretty nice levels, well respected. Since it, yeah, well respected. I like it. I like it if it comes back down to here. I just don't like the Ethereum chart. Ethereum is above the 200 EMA on the daily. That's nice. It didn't stay below it too long, so that's also nice. You know what, Royal Family? I love you that much, and my eggs are cold. My coffee is cold. My eggs are cold. Mm. So the 400 EMA. Rejecting from the 60 right now. So the 60 EMA is acting as a buffer. Tighter and tighter here. No closures above. Well, we can just say, we'll just stick with that. Just need a closure. A close outside of this weekly up here. And Ethereum is something I would change my mind on. But I would have to see it do that first. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I would be looking forward to get back to it. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. It's exactly what I would be looking for. But right now, it is not managing to get past this 60 EMA here on the weekly time frame. And 200 is flat. So it's not much. It's not much at all. I think that's probably like the golden pocket too. If I had to guess, that is what I would say it is. This was what I was looking at for the range breakdown and break up. But that's already happened. So close, pretty close. Golden pocket. So in the immediate to short, I wouldn't expect any more than that from Ethereum. VWAP support. And that will make me change my mind about looking for price to come back down to here. Maybe it's something on the lower time frame that's, suggests that it will. But my mind is pretty much changed on it coming back down here now. And yeah, I'll be looking forward to get the opportunity to come up here to the golden pocket weekly range here and then get a rejection. It would be building up a base here. So you would, you'd be looking for this to act as support. Momentum line right here. Nice return to that. Turn that on. Let's see. Putting in a little bit of bear div right now. But Ethereum can work that out. Yeah, I see Ethereum working that out and getting the breakup. And yeah, everything pretty much lines up for that golden pocket. Golden pocket, topside dynamic cloud, weekly range. That's what I'll be looking for Ethereum. And then a rejection. Can it push higher? It can. It wouldn't make sense with the chart. It wouldn't make sense. And I said the same thing about Bitcoin as well. When we looked at Bitcoin, let me show you what I'll show you here first, and then I'll take you over to Bitcoin. So when you look at these EMAs right here, not these EMAs, but these moving averages right here, your 50 is all the way down here. So if your 50 is all the way down here, and this was the death cross for Ethereum right here. Got the cross here, but simply put, it was, you say right here, you got the death cross right over here. Simply put, your 50 is here, your 100 is here, your 200 is here. This is the order for going down. This will take some time to get to a point to where they're like this, where your 50 is here, 100 is here, 200 is here, and that's how it should move. It should be in order. This is the order of continuation down. 50, 1, 2, 50, 1, 2. That's the order of continuation down. But the 200 will act as a magnet. Price can come back up here to the 200 and then see a rejection. While these work themselves out here, they'll continue to curve out into a point where one crosses above the other one. So you'll have this one here, and then this one here will finally work its way above here, and this one here will start to, part of my drawing, to relax, and those cross above it. But that's going to take some time. It's going to take some time. So for now, I would be looking for Ethereum to get the push up to here. A little bit of drama. A little bit of drama right in here. You're starting to get what I call a baby in the cradle. And that is when a higher moving average crosses above a lower moving average. But price tries to push up anyway. I also refer to it as a cloud cover. And then you roll over. Or price action will roll over a little bit. But you're looking for another bounce in here. If it does, I'm really not thinking that it would come back down to here. But if it does, then this is what I would be looking for. Because the same way I say this can act as a magnet, these two can act as a magnet too. Especially the 50. I usually don't use the 100 as much, but the 50 and the 200 I do. So, yeah. This is the range. Looks like that. Oh, but let me show you on Bitcoin what I was referring to as well. So we looked at this on stream. Let me hide my drawings. So when you look at Bitcoin and you see, this is what I was saying about Ethereum, what I call a baby in the crater, where a lower moving average crosses above a higher moving average and price still tries to push up. It calls for a short. It can call for a short. Now we're in order right here. So no, we're not in order. This is the 100. This is the 50 here. So we're out of sync over here as well. So when Bitcoin price was dropping down, it decided to do all of this. I can't remember what news came out, what happened after we got the bounce from down here. I cannot remember what happened that we rallied up, like we reversed our decision, but we're still not in sync. So things are out of order. You got a 20 here, you got a 10 here, you got 100 here, and you got a 50 here. So we're out of order. We're squeezing. So that's basically all that's telling me, is that we're squeezing. There's zero agreement between bulls and bears, and we're just squeezing and we're looking to break out. But until this lines up properly, it's more likely to roll over. We look at the daily. And we talked about our challenge here on the daily time frame. You got the 100 up here. You got the 200. I mean the 50 here. You got the 200 right here in the blue. And what I was saying about the baby in the cradle, that's generally a short. Like when I see it at the lows, and I think, oh, okay, I'm going to long that. That's an opportunity for me to long. Getting stopped out at the 100, holding the lows at the 50, squeezing, and whatever happens next is to be determined. But this, with the curvature over, suggests we come down. And then this is the target for that rising wedge formation, which is coming off the back of this. I don't really have like moving averages when I analyze them, and I analyze them a lot. You can generally see like a pattern formation because one will be at one side, the other be at the other, and you can see why the pattern that's happening is forming. So this rising formation, that tells me why that's happening. This little small flag formation over here, the moving averages also give me insight into that. So this little small flag right here. It doesn't give me insight into this. I don't see this. And this momentum line here right now is what we're hammering right now. So we're hammering to get through these moving averages. It doesn't seem very likely right now. It doesn't. It seems like we get that pullback first. Like we need to correct something in here. This looks decent, but we're starting to get a little bit closer here on the 5 and 10 on the daily time frame as well. Starting to get a little too close for that crossover and that breakdown. But so far, no closures below. So we have yet to close below the 10. And by the time that happens, it'll be too late. This was the point price closed below the 10. This was the point price closed below the 10. So no closure below the 10 yet. So by the time it happens, yeah, we're already 6 feet in it. But clearly, for me, the focus is on this. And I already did this on the 4-hour time frame. This is my 15. So I already did this on the 4-hour here. And when we got that little pushback down back into the point of control, I could probably move the line down a little bit based on that. But I've already taken the initiative to try and see that. Let me just turn it on over here and make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yeah. Now this I could probably move to be like this. to do it like that, just because of the how steep the slope is coming up there for it. So now if it breaks below here, I can be like familiar danger, stranger danger, no familiar danger, because we'll be below the 50. And if we break out and up, past this point of control, and we're closing outside of this, we're closing outside of this trend line right here, then I'll know that we're above the highest EMA that was at the top side. So I know we're above the 100, we're above the 200, we're above the 60. Well, we're already above the 60, but we're above the 100 and we're above the 200 by doing this breakout right here. So that is what I'll be looking for. And I'll be looking for some confluence from momentum as well. Okay, we're pushing. We are squeezing. And then this would be our last bit of resistance to get past. And I've determined the resistance based on what we were just looking at, which was this 4-hour time frame. That is how I determined the resistance. The momentum line and the connection across these lows here. And also what we were just looking at. So we got above all of these EMAs over here. Perfect. Okay. That is perfect. I can't complain about that. But this I can see. Let me just zoom in a little bit more. And the way they're moving, these always cross. So the way they're moving is just consolidation through here until they turn up and turn out. So when I see this one not dropping and turning up to come across this one, I know we're ready for something more. As long as it's doing this, then we're not ready. We're just building up some strength to break up or break down right now. squeezing. Nice push, Biddy. Nice push. Into the red box. I'm more than sure of it. Yep. Into the red zone we were watching yesterday. This is done here. And anything else is extra. I think this is around where I said I had took my position. And so I know that this liquidity right here could be on the table. So anyone who got short through here, looking for them to get stopped out or that liquidity to be taken if price pushes through there. And then I'll be looking to take a new short. So I'm not in any Bitcoin position right now. So I know I'll be looking for one. I could have messed around with this one, but no thank you. If it chops in here and I can see a reason, then I'll do it. That's a nice little reaction. I mean, it was a strong area. You had a lot of shorts in there too when we were looking at the for that area period. So those orders have been filled. They were looking to get short in here. All right, I'm gonna take a pause. Yeah, lots of orders. So you remember when we first came on and we were looking at this, there was this long red line that was sticking out here. And then of course the circles mean large orders. So the circles are for the large orders. All right there at that zone. So yeah, nice reaction. I'm not gonna take it though, but nice reaction. I'm gonna finish up my last two strips of turkey bacon, and then I will be right back. way to go on that. And that was just the 50% retracement there. No, I will not be looking to short from there. Let's see where we stopped this at. Ethereum. H4 undo. P. Cost. I think I did consider this at one point. I did consider this as a short entry. A little bit of bearish divergence, trying to get this push up here. And I'm saying this blue box right here. But this is, let's see. I expect a pullback. And the reason I'm looking at that right now is based on this and just what we were just covering about the moving averages and things like that. So this right here, this is sloppy. This is sloppy, very sloppy. Now these two are fine. Short-term pump, short-term moving average. Moving average is a lower moving average, a short-term move. Long term is determined by your higher moving averages. And right now, price is pushing up through these. And they look messy. 1, 2, 50, 60, or 50. Yeah, 50. Yeah. 1, 2, 50. Where's the momentum? So yeah, it's a good short. And these tell a different story. But I prefer that. So if it does manage to push past here and come into here, then I would probably look to re-enter on a short here. We'll see what the chart looks like at the time that takes place. I knew that this was going to be a good long entry too. As we were on stream yesterday, and I was watching this, and like, okay, that squeeze is coming, that squeeze is coming, that squeeze is coming, and yeah. When it did this, I moved my stop loss up to here. I was like, okay, and I went to sleep, and I slept good. And then it came back down and did, and stopped me out and took liquidity from here. And it was already here this morning. So I just want to see what's happening here. Let's see the volume on this now. Yeah, quite a bit of resistance at these lows, as we discussed. You can see it better from here. I forgot the ray doesn't let you do much. Quite a bit of resistance across these lows here. Let me see what this looks like. Push that back to 20. So that would be from here. Hide that one for now. Just want to see what this would look like for me if I were to do it. I haven't determined yet. Let's flip green just then. So a big yellow candle could pop out of here if this ends up breaking above this yellow. So if it breaks above, that red. So if this yellow white line here breaks above this red, then that could turn into a big yellow candle pushing out like this. It's thinking it's thinking right there. It's thinking at the top side of the cloud where the entry is. I don't really see the volume coming in right now. So price is breaking, and then once the white line breaks, it could be, like I said, one of these moves. So congratulations if you are still long. It's 10. There she goes. So I would just be waiting for the next liquidity zone. So either it rejects and comes back down, you know, looks like it wants to come back down to here. If not, then the next liquidity zone. Because right now it's just, like I said, one massive yellow candle here on the 1 hour time frame, flipped green, could continue to squeeze up. Nice volume just kicked in there. Check 2 hour. And that's how she went yesterday. So here now, move this up to see what we look like right here. You know what? I just want to see something. This is where I entered the last time. See here. I'm going to push this into here. Like that. It's 109. Excuse me. Normally, I would have moved this up, but um, I stalled out. It's breaking anyway. So I like to give myself some sort of a deviation beyond where the liquidity sits. I usually aim for 0.10. And so if you tune into this channel enough, you'll see that I do that, where I move, where I do this right here, and then I base the entry on that, a deviation of about 0.10%. It usually hits really good. This time it went beyond it. There were there were some orders. I'm going to end up paying for this thing. As soon as they stop offering this for free, I'm going to end up purchasing this coin glass because I like it. See, this looks nice. And I was saying this yesterday too. Whenever I see money flow like that, that's where you want to be picking it up. So looking for the loan was a no-brainer. Like even though it can keep rolling over a little bit more, as it's coming down in the red. But once that happens, yeah, that's institutional. That says buy. Come over here, you're in the red. Now this, you can see it was continuing to roll over a bit, but just say you don't use leverage. You're spot. Looking to spot long something. Like that's the go when I see that. Now here, it chopped, it diverged here, and that would happen sometimes. So you end up with the bullish divergence over here in this drop. Your red here, you got a nice pump up there. Your red down here, nice pump up there. So I love when I see it. That would be my hesitation right now. But I love when I see it like this. When I see this, it's a go. And depending on the time frame, it could just be yellow. So on the daily time frame, what I look at on the daily time frame will be money flow down around 20. And this is just typical money flow. The way Market Cipher does it is different. I don't have Market Cipher. It just goes to show you these indicators use AI to, help you modify things of that nature once you've studied them and you see how they react, how they perform. So yeah, red is good on the lower time frame. Yellow is good on the daily time frame. So on the daily, and if you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna zoom this out on the daily, and then I'll drop these. And I've studied it. It's labeled MF. My stomach is still growling. Just when we get into yellow, that's the point where I want to be looking for a long. In yellow, I want to look for a long because I'm expecting a bounce. So everywhere you see the green box, that is just what price action was in the yellow. So I'm just, going through seeing what we're doing when we get down into the yellow. Inverse head and shoulder, yellow, yellow, yellow. This is red to yellow. So that's yellow. You can expect some sort of a bounce. Now red is what you really want. I love red. We in the dirt red. But yellow is good. So you go from yellow to gray and not gray to yellow. And you don't want to go from you go from blue to green going up. But yellow seems to be the thing on a daily time frame. So I like yeah. And that's when your money flow is somewhere down around in the 20s. Because it gets red once you get down. No, before you hit 20. So just above the 20. Once you get into 20 and below, then it turns red. And if it's a great asset, institutional players will be stepping in at that point. So we're dancing on the 0.10 right now. Trying to see if there's anything else I needed to take from this time frame. I did want to see how we go before we do this. And as you can see, I dropped the rising wedge pattern off of the chart. I still have the line saved, but I'm not looking at it anymore, especially since we were not respecting that lower bound anyway. And rarely do they break out to the upside, but they do. So it's very powerful when they break to the upside. So you can start out making one pattern, move on and start making another one. And yeah. Bitcoin did that a lot at the start of this from 15,000 moving up. It did it a lot where it was, was a chameleon in patterns. Pattern chameleon. This is something that I would typically short. I'm not gonna lie. I did enter a small position that very small position on Bitcoin that I silently took. It was just red. It was just red. Let me just show you because I did. And so you can see I silently got into a long position right here, even though I'm expecting that Bitcoin will come up here to this box. So I'll just get stopped out. It's not much in it. Not much at all. But and only because this is something that I would typically short. So when you get a big candle like this, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it properly or not, but a Marabuzo candle and price doesn't continue to push past that, I short those or I long them. So we did that yesterday as well. Where are we at? Right here. When we did that, that's a long. If you create a big candle like this and there is no one challenging you, so no challenge in this entire move, and you stop out here, I'm going to take the position in the opposite direction. So if I get a big candle like this, an elephant candle, you can call it an elephant candle too, and it doesn't continue with that aggression, I'm longing. It starts to stall out. So yeah. All right, here we go, Bitcoin. So nothing so far suggesting I should fade it besides that candle. And we're in, let's see. Yeah, we're in this order block right here. But I'm testing the highs. I'm looking for this to get tested. Not this, not the low of this order block right here. This is just really not enough for me here. I can see why we were bouncing too at that 0.10. Me thinking I'm special. I can drop this so we can see price action. I'm sorry to hog up the chart with all of my drawings. I'm sorry about all this. I'm probably making it worse. Nice push up here into this liquidity in here now. I'm gonna cut my loss here since I didn't move it. I think this is already factored in. But I would include this too, if need be. We'll see. I stopped paying attention to the fact that that was the golden pocket. And it just dawned on me like, why are we chiseling golden pocket? So if I was looking for this, to pump to a point where, let's just say I return to so where would I return to? I return to here, maybe at about 110 or so. I don't know. So there are plenty of buyers who are stepping in here. I don't know what they saw. I don't know what they saw to say I want to take the loan from there.
Where you going?
That tells you I have a boring life, that I don't generally go anywhere. I made myself look decent enough to go on stream. And yeah, that's it. Camera is on. You want to be on camera? I hope this light isn't too much. I can't tell. Let me get off of myself. Get on this chart. So you have a few shorts that are piling in here. You can tell from the wick already, but I was just, I mean, again, I like it. I love this. I love this. But you can see here with this little red circle right here, that there are a few shorts starting to come in right here. Not many, just a few. And then you can see where the next orders are located at here. What I'm looking at here, these highs right in here. Except I am also including this portion up here. And then you can see this green line sticking out here shows you where some new longs entered the market here. After seeing this push up, longs entered here. And if there's something to look back at on that coin glass chart, I will take us back over there. I have so disorganized here. Just, I don't know what I have going on here. Just everything I can plot and just do it and forget about it. Change the text a little bit here. Now that the situation has changed a little bit. So we're still just riding the top side of the cloud. Bollinger Band here. We haven't even, yeah, haven't got a closure back inside of it yet. So no closure back inside standard deviation 2 yet either. Just something to be aware of. Sorry. I bought this cushion for my chair and it's not working. It's not working at all. I actually feel even more discomfort using it. It's supposed to be like a memory foam cushion for for sitting for long periods of time. because I've been having some issues. Possibly my sciatica, I don't know, herniated disc or something. Like, which is also why I'm going to be cutting the stream time a little bit more. I just do it because I know I'm looking at the charts pretty much all day. So I'm like, okay, if I'm going to be looking at charts all day, I might as well just share what I'm doing or what I'm looking at. 15-minute looks very strong. 1 hour. 1 hour is nice. 1 hour is definitely nice. Just that one thing that we were looking at with the moving averages, but that can clear itself up. The higher we push up, that has the potential to clear itself up. 4 hour, that's going to take some time. So we can rise and fall on the 4 hour. Speaking of which, we do have an 8 hour candle close and open about to take place. And we'll see what the new development is on the 4 hour time frame when that happens. So the 15-minute could be under development for some sort of a little bit of a pullback, but it can chop like it did over here too. It can chop for a while before that transition happens, but it's just a forewarning. So if you're getting long in here, then you want to be taking some profit. Like if price manages to push up into this next level of liquidity, you'd be wanting to take some profit there, because otherwise you will be getting stopped out. Thank you. I have to take my vitamins. We don't need this anymore. So this line here yesterday, we were watching it to confirm that we were going to get the push higher. Nice breakup and retest there in the candle body, you would say. So the line chart, nice retest. And then of course the RSI low and the point of control. So we can drop this line. In fact, let me just take this and put it here. And it looks like Bitcoin price is attempting to flag again here in order to push a little higher, because we're inside. We're closing with the inside candle here. Oh, this looked like it could break down. Instead, come down. Alrighty, let me look back. So the 5 minute looks like it will be getting the first candle closure back below standard deviation 1. I meant 2. Standard deviation 2. Be the first candle closure below standard deviation 2. As it is flagging. And there it is. There is the I am coming back in just a little bit, maybe back to here, if anything. It's that candle that pushed price up through here. It's going to be the cause of some bullish divergence. Even with the breakdown of this little flag here, it would end up creating some bullish divergence. I know we're overbought quite a bit. Sorry, I just wanted to check something. So forward deals were there last night. There's the RSI high here. cushion that I bought. All right, so basically just looking for a little bit of a cool off over here. We'll create some bullish divergence in the process of trying to get that little pullback here on Bitcoin on this lower time frame. Let me check out some things this morning. Excuse me. There are a few more orders that were piling in here that were short. I mean, we've already discussed that. We could see that some sort of a squeeze was going to happen over here. The candle just in this order block right now, golden pocket. I mean, those are all combinations to expect a pullback on Bitcoin price action. I was just trying to see what the lighting was like. I know it looks terrible. I already know it does. So you just have to work with me. You never see me on camera anyway. I will get everything set up. I don't know, maybe in about 2 weeks. But for now, this is it. All right. Let's change the music a little bit. Go with our general audio. All right. I have to look at the stock market before we get going there. So pre-market. Let's see. Yeah. So while Bitcoin is chopping, I'm going to get into stock picks here. Okay, so EXC, Expand Energy Corporation, um, really needs to reclaim this 110 here. So pre-market, we're about around there, 109.98 right now. This was the RSI low, little trend line here, possibly an ending diagonal of some sort to bring prices back up here. Looks good so far, but we'll see how it shapes up going into the rest of the day. We did have the bullish divergence down here as price was dropping. So nice bullish divergence. Bear divs also on the, you know what, let me leave. Bear divs also on these the highs here. So that's the bomber. Anyway, leave that like that. I can be very, I don't know. I want to be a perfectionist, but I'm not. So the squeeze so far is going pretty good, but we haven't really pushed higher. We got to like 112 overnight or something like that last week, but continued to roll over. So with the failure to reclaim above this 110, price could be in danger on Expand Energy Corporation. Now I was looking at some 4-hour time frames. This one just went ahead and just you didn't even go blue here. You just went green and just stayed green. So oversold here on the 4-hour time frame. So we were oversold here on the one, oversold here on the four, and then let's check the daily. I do want to see the scale turn back up and break back inside of the low of the dynamic cloud. One of the positive things right now I could say is that this cloud is not tilting up, and I've seen this on a lot of the other charts where the cloud was tilting up as price was breaking the low. So like it was doing over here where it was tilting up as price was breaking the low. Sometimes it gets saved, but a lot of times price just continues to roll over to the downside. So that's something I don't want to see happen over here, especially if price starts to come down here around this low. But for now, if we don't get back above the 110, I'll be looking for price to come back down here to about 105 and see if we can hold 105 as support. If we can't hold 105 as support, then 102.44. But I am still holding this position that I took on EXE. I initially planned on letting it go if we were not able to hold the 110. I set a stop on it, and then I went in and I deleted the stop prior to this happening because I only bought a small amount of this one for starters. And I was like, okay, well, it won't affect me too much if it comes back to this weekly range, but I don't want it to deviate too far from this 110. We really need to reclaim the 110 to have any chance at pushing back up at least to the lower side of the dynamic cloud, if not through it and back up here to this weekly level up here around 120. But the markers that you're seeing on here is just historically where I went back and I looked at how well this this asset works with, or this company works with how well this indicator works with price action. And it has done pretty well. So we got a squeeze here for a move up and a nice push higher. Got a squeeze here for a push up after coming into oversold. So that's basically what I went back to look at. I went back to look at how price action performed when it was oversold and we were getting the squeeze for some sort of a reversal. So I liked it, which is why I'm in this position now, looking for this break to the upside with the bull divvy. Nice. I did not accumulate any more down here. And it looks like the RSI is prepared if it has not already broken through the lower part, well, broken through the top side, this yellow signal here. And then there was one here where we're showing sellers here at the highs. And then you can see, so it could be a good one. EXE, I like it. Got a bullish MACD cross. Still below the zero line. Would rather this be taking place somewhere closer to the zero line, get a bit more of an aggressive move. But so far, this is holding up well with the exception of that 110. Now, pre-market, I just dismiss whatever I see in pre-market. It's only when the market opens that we'll get the real price action. There's just not enough money trading during pre-market. Tempest was doing well. We got the ease down here, the oversold, and then the attempted pump here. Tempest does still have some bullish divergence down here on the lows on this 1 hour time frame. The only thing I can say about this is I don't like the daily I was looking at. Yeah, I don't like the daily. And so last night I tweeted that, Tempest has the potential to make an additional 30% move lower. It can do that. So let me make sure that's where I want to be. Yep, the daily chart. So on the daily time frame, the thing that I was noticing with Tempest. Let me start here since I have this indicator on, and I'm going to turn it off. So price action is breaking the low of the dynamic cloud, which is why I marked this point here in red for 58.31, indicating, okay, Tempest needs to be able to hold the low here, especially since the white line here. So the signal line here is trailing so close to the bottom side of the dynamic cloud. Over here, it's further away when price dropped below it. Over here, you know, when it broke down, when it broke out of the low, you know, what happens? Some more acceleration to the downside. Over here, more acceleration to the downside. Same thing over here, more acceleration to the downside. So it's close to doing that. If Tempest is not managing to reclaim the 58.31 and push away from here, then there is the chance that price comes down an additional 30%, which is something that it has done. And I just took it from this point here. Well, actually not from there. We'll do it from the price action. So from the blue candle, because that lets me know that the scale broke the bottom side of the dynamic cloud. And I just took it all the way down here, because even though it pushed in right there, it failed. It was a failure. So that's 30. And we come over here and do the same thing and take it from that blue candle all the way down. That's 33. So let's just say in the event that this was the candle that broke to the low and we're looking at 30% at least, then we would be back down here around these lows. Where else does that put price action? Well, let me turn this off now. Just focus on these red and green candles. We look at the retracement. I'm not looking at the golden pocket. I'm not interested in the golden pocket with a 30%. That puts price in the platinum pocket. So this is where price is generally somewhere around in this point right here where we have this level. I don't think that I was able to look. Yeah, I didn't have another level below here in terms of a weekly. So the way that I calculate the weekly, I didn't have a lower purple box that I can draw for calculating the weekly. Most of your volume is going to be across here in this last one anyway. So here, so price is either going to come here to this top purple, or it's going to come here. So 30% is just going to put it back here. Somewhere in here, somewhere in the platinum pocket, somewhere, yeah, somewhere at this purple box. And then also if let's do this. If we look at this, as it's making the higher lows here, it just makes sense. So if Tempest is not able to reclaim above this 58.31 and start to push up and to the right, it can be toppling back down to here. So I'll definitely be cutting this one. I would not be adding along the way with this one. I would just be cutting it until I see something different from my indicator. So that's the deal with Tempest. And then on the 4 hour, something that I was noticing on the, actually, let me stop right here, because I also said, let me discuss something else too. But let me jump over to the 4 hour. So on the 4 hour, you can see how the dynamic cloud is rising. That's typically bearish, and price is already outside of this low, which is why I also need for it to reclaim. It's not a position that I want to be in if I'm seeing these bearish signals, these bearish signs. This is bullish when you get a cup like this, when you get a scoop, that's bullish. Scoop, I like scoops. I like scoops of ice cream. This is bearish when you do this, when you start, I don't know, I got a roof over my head. And I know I just made some kind of ugly face. A scoop. I like scoops. I don't like roofs. I don't like cloud covers. I don't like those. So just a little something, not concerning, because it's an opportunity to buy at some better prices, and I appreciate that. So if we come down, I will be looking to buy at these levels, but I'm going to cut what I currently have if I see that we're no longer, like, we just can't hold on to this. We just can't hold on to this area. I'm going to cut it, and I'm watching Bitcoin as I talk. Right. And then the other thing I was looking at also was from the EMA ribbons. So right now on the 200 EMA, it worked out pretty well here. It worked out pretty well here, and it worked. And right now, we don't really know. We don't know. We don't know if price action will be able to hold here at this point. Given everything else I'm looking at, I'm not sure how well this 200 is going to hold up. I come back to the daily and make sure it's the daily time frame for me. Is it the weekly? It is the weekly time frame. Yep, it is the weekly time frame. Tempest doesn't perform well when it loses to 5. So I'm just going to turn everything else off and stick with the 5. It reads 6 here, but it's actually a 5 that I have on. So whenever price action closes below the 5, it just doesn't perform as well. So that's a closure below on the 5. This is a closure below the 5. This is a closure below the 5. And we have another closure below the 5. So, yeah, below the 5, no bueno. Above the 5, we can talk. But below 5, no. Not waiting on any crosses. You don't need to wait on a crossover. You just need to see if it's below 5 or not. By the time a cross happens, you're too late. I mean, by the time it crosses the EMA, you're late anyway, but you know, no to the 5. Already below the 60 on the weekly, below the 60 with the cross already. So, yeah, Tempest looks a little, be careful. Be careful. That's what it looks like. Palantir pre-market 138.72. Not bad, not bad at all. Um, it is still a rising formation, but I've seen Palantir, break to the upside on bearish patterns. Here lately, it does it a little less. Like the last 2 times I made a call on Palantir, you know, we did get the sell off. We made the call over here, and it didn't go as far this time, but made the call over here, and the levels to watch for tried to hold this level here for a little bit. fell, came back up above it, came back down, came into the 129. So if we continue, then I'll be looking for it to come down to 122.75 next. Right now, it is getting a pump. And this I was looking at on, why is this line here? Oh, okay. Okay. So it must be from this. Okay, yeah. So I was just watching a little bit of a momentum line over here just to gauge where Palantir may be looking to cool off as it is getting this push through here. I like the way the scale broke through the top side of the dynamic cloud. If it turns down, of course, it'll print out a sell signal. It tried to do it right here. Got a little bit of a flash banger here, but as long as we're staying away from this ascending trend line here, then no biggie. This isn't something that I planned on holding. I do have a bag of, I have a little bit of Palantir that I am holding, but this is the what I purchased recently from here off of this support level here. I'm going to sell that as soon as I see any sort of discrepancy between price action and momentum. I'm going to sell that. So the pattern formation is this here, and this was the early break here. And again, that's my momentum trend line there. And I have several levels through here as I'm watching this. This daily. We're pretty good right now on the daily, above the 50% retracement, which is great to see. Still chopping about here, close to this top side here. Want to see this push up and break out, but I don't think that it'll do any more than chop, 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 chop. Which, I mean, it didn't stop price from moving higher. It's only when it starts to roll through here and you don't see the bull divs and it's starting to break the low that there may be a concern. There may be a concern. So this was the first call on Palantir here. We got this pullback here. But once the scale broke through the lower bounds here, it reclaimed and price pushed up. Over here, you know, when it breaks here, if price is anywhere near it, then price is just going to fall out anyway. So that's what happened because price had already broken the lower bounds, and you can see how it was rising. So the rise is always a concern for me, especially when price is sitting down here near it. It's always a concern for me that we're just going to roll over and go much lower. But Palantir is such a great stock that, I mean, at some point, us bulls are going to get wrecked. But right now, it's the hype, man. It's hype. So, Palantir. And I was only looking for price to come back to this point here, but I didn't see a reason to let it go in that moment. So I'm still holding on. We got the squeeze. We saw the squeeze was here for that push up. Otherwise, I would have just looked at this like, okay, we're going to continue breaking down because of the formation. If I wasn't looking at this indicator, seeing the bullish divergence on the drop with the squeeze, and then here comes the MACD, and yeah. And then we're breaking here and we start putting in these ranges to go higher. So we start form the range here. We formed a range here, the mother bar inside candles. And no, we didn't do it here. We did it twice here trying to get this push up. So it was building for that push higher. But I am watching it for when this thing is done. I don't like the bearish highs here. I can't say that much. So, you know, that's why I also know I won't be holding on to it unless, I don't know, miraculously it just drives straight through and invalidate this bearish divergence. I don't like that. Sound pre-market 11. Let me tell you, and I do this every time I get onto Sound because Sound has a really good looking chart for me. For me, I love Sound. I love it. When I decided to get long on it, I was like, I didn't catch it down here because I it was really out of sight and out of mind for me at that point. I wasn't thinking about it. Wasn't thinking about buying any more stocks at the moment. But when I saw this, like I said, I love a scoop. I love a scoop. When I see a scoop, I want to be a part of it. So, Sound has a pretty decent looking chart. That's 1 hour. 4 hour, I started to question it just a little bit because I don't like, if we're rising, price should be far away from it. I don't want it to rise and prices close to it. So that's probably like the only hang up I have. But other than that, you see this? I love this. I'm seeing this fall, and I love when I see it fall. When this falls, it's acceptance price. It'll get a scoop in here somewhere, and it'll rally, and then I'll be looking for price to come back up here to about 2082. So time will tell. At the moment, 1185. And then Sound gets the closure above this point right here. It's going to be a good look. It's going to be a good look. We can do that. I like it. If we can do that, I like it. So just entering back into the low of the cloud on the weekly time frame. That's nice. Nice to know that we didn't get a spillover in terms of the white signal line here. It's nice to see that that didn't break out of the lower ends. We'll see some blue candles if that happened. But otherwise, did really nice with the levels. So now I'm looking for this 20. We can get stopped out here at about 15. We can get stopped out there. But it looks good. I like Sound's chart, so I'm in Sound. I'm in Sound for the long haul. And it never pulled back for me to be able to get a little bit more. So I don't I don't buy as prices rising. I have to have a really good pullback to want to buy. Coin, nothing much has changed. Chopping about the top side of the dynamic cloud here. It looks like it's starting to get a rise here on the 1 hour time frame. Again, I am looking for a little bit of a cool off here on coin. And with coin, I'll be looking to add to my bag. So we'll see how far we can get coin to come down in order to do that. Right now, I don't really have, I have levels, but I don't really have, I don't have anything I think that coin is going to come back to other than, let's just say, maybe 50% retracement. It depends. Right now, I won't say the golden pocket. And the reason why I'm not saying the golden pocket right now or this trend line is because that would put coin's price below this cloud. And since it's starting to move, I really need to wait to talk about that because I don't want to get that. I don't want to be too far off on that. But I am expecting this to be a lower high and coin roll over a little bit here on the 1 hour time frame. Possibly the 4 hour. I did see the dynamic cloud. Nah, 4 hours fine. So no issues here on the 4 hour either. I say the 4 hour is fine. Now sometimes you can come back just to where the white line is too. So about 319, we can go with that. Not thinking that we'll actually pull back to this trend line, but if all else fails, then we'll be looking at that. So we have some areas in here. And I should put the 50 on, which I can live with that. I'm not sure if it's going to be this drastic. Just based on everything else, I don't see it getting a drastic pullback like that. But let me come over here to the weekly. Yeah, I'm not thinking that. Let's say somewhere between the 50 and the golden pocket. We can go with that. I do have a ghost line on the 2 hour. Thank you. Hold on. What was my note? What was my note? 2 day. 2 day ghost line. And then 4 day delta. Okay. Thank goodness for notes. Thank goodness for notes. Since this has been well respected in here, I can go with this and just look for this to test somewhere back down in here. So yeah, I would lean towards the 50 and the golden pocket here. Um, so this is the ascending broadening. Push there, and then there is this one. So price has respected this pattern here, which is it's getting narrower, very narrow. That would be my only concern for it's not even a concern. I don't know why I keep calling it a concern. It's coin. I expect for coin to do good. I mean, anything can happen in the economy, that's for sure. But that means that price would break. If this scale comes back down to this trend line here, then that means price would essentially be breaking below there and coming back down towards here. So it is on the table. Does that happen? Yeah, not for certain. I'm not sure what the catalyst is going to be that will make that happen. But for now, 50% golden pocket is what I'll be looking at. Nothing more, nothing less until it starts to show me that it's going to do something completely out of left field. Yeah, and at the moment, I'm not seeing anything like that. Daily squeeze, of course. I think we did cover the daily squeeze. So, selling pressure on the daily. And potential for the MACD cross, but yeah. Nothing that concerns me. I mentioned the resistance on AMD before we started rolling over here. Uh, so far, everything looks fine in my opinion. I did want AMD to be able to hold here at 134.67. Okay, and I can see pre-market is 137.50. So, hopefully when the market actually opens, that it doesn't, give all of this back up and break back below the 134.67. I don't want to see that. This so far, the way it's turned up, it looks a little risy, you know, like something that would continue to roll over. But I'll have to look back at this when the market opens. Currently, I have some continuation vibes right here. And if we do come down, then can definitely look to these highs here to see if we can hold these highs. Otherwise, be looking back in here at 113. Maybe we put in a bull flag or something like that for AMD. So I'll be watching for that. We got our scoop in here. Let me see where those drawings are coming from. They're not coming from this. This was the only momentum line that I was looking at, which we had already broke. So maybe we could be building some sort of a flag formation in here for a push up. But right now, I don't like the way things are looking, especially coming back here to the dynamic cloud and finding that this can be a barrier. So last time we broke up and B shaped. This never came back inside. This did. And so we broke up and we B shaped. So maybe we do something like this. And then we continue for AMD. With the level below here at 128.52. That looks like what that is. Yeah. Around about 158, 128.52. Maybe for a bounce off of, let's say, the 4 hour time frame, potentially there. Otherwise, I'd be looking lower. So that would be my mid 128, my low 113 for AMD. And then my high is somewhere around 300 bucks. So the high side, I'd be looking for price to take out this level here and push to around 300. Let's see if I have the 128 markered off, and I don't. That would mean we already broke here and we're pushing here. But we'll see what that looks like when the market opens. TTD continues to excel. This is one of the better looking charts, in my opinion. If you were looking for something, I mean, like it did get a massive sell off at one point. It was down about, was it? It was down quite a bit, but has since had a nice recovery as well. And so it's been holding up pretty good so far. I didn't really see any major concerns as I moved through the chart. I didn't see anything that worried me just yet. Now the cloud is moving up and is making it more difficult to get any sort of what would look like bullish continuation. It's making it really hard for that to happen as we're hitting the highs here at this resistance level. And then we'd be looking, if we break this resistance level again, I'd still be looking for 88 on this if we get past this resistance. Right now we are still chopping the top side of the indicator and prices at resistance chopping. on this 4 hour. I don't know if that left lined up for me. Just be looking for when momentum may be really, really fading on it. So just tapping the low of the dynamic cloud here. We've had some struggles trying to push up above it here in the past as well. That's where it gotta, yeah, that's the worst kind of rise here, where it does it just a little bit. Ugh, that is the worst. So you can see that, TTD has had some struggles. I know they had some issues with like their new, I forget the name of it now. So let me hush. Let me hush. And the cloud is turning down here, so a break up from here would send prices up much higher. Again, like I was saying, 88 is like the first target that I would have for it is 88, and then we get past 88, I'll be looking for 104, and yeah, I think there's a lot of potential with TTD, a lot of potential, and see how this goes. Where we at, Musk? Still watching Bitcoin. That trend line that I plotted, prices nearing that trend line, nearing that top side of that support resistance. That first red box where we started to stream where price went into is there. So Tesla, I like this chart, and I keep saying every time I look at Tesla chart, I know a lot of people just say it's trash, 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 and it can be at this moment. A lot of people on social media don't think it looks good. I, on the other hand, do. I think it looks wonderful. I love this daily chart. I can be 100% wrong, as anybody else can be, but I love Tesla's daily chart. And I think it's just building up to break to the upside. That is what I see. That's my thoughts, and I'm sticking to it. I don't like how close we're sniffing around down here. Could get another one of these right here. But aside from that, that would be, yeah, I like this chart. I like Tesla. Let's take a look at the weekly. Just inside the range, just chilling inside of the top side of the cloud and the lower side of the cloud right now. So that's it. Just chilling in here right now. Price loses this low here, might be a problem. This is almost where I have. I should probably pull this down a little bit, but I'll leave it like I have it. So 278.70. We start to close below here. Maybe some concerns. We start to close below there. Because then that would mean that the signal line for this cloud could potentially break the low, and you can see how it's done. Anytime it breaks a low like that, can be accelerated sell off like that. And then we over here, yeah. Price was away from it at the time when it happened here, so that's a plus. And there is no other time. Yeah, this one over here. That's the first one, and then it chopped and came down. You got the rise, the cloud cover. So yeah, that would be my only thing right now. But I do not have any Tesla right now, so I'm good. Like the daily chart I like. I really think the daily chart, could be setting up for a nice move to the upside. It's my thoughts. Apple. mm, Excuse me. I don't really see the bear did. It may be on another indicator. 221. 231 is what I've been calling. We'll see how this goes here. Um, yeah, it could be. Price only pulls back here to 20. What's this one? 206.14. It could be that price pulls back to 206.14, holds, and then it can do that. 221 is what I said. 221 to 231. For Apple. Let's see why I have that trend line there. Must be something on the weekly. Yeah, it's from the weekly. I mean, when you really zoom out, it's a healthy chart when you really zoom out. Yeah, it's an okay chart. I don't really see I don't see the issue. I'm still leaning towards that 221, 231. And then I'm not sure if it does more than that right now. Just given the sentiment at the moment. It's like the second time it tapped into that one too. Yeah. And it never changes the structure of this lower dynamic cloud. It never changes the structure. Price would just simply come into it and move away from it. Like you can see right here with the top side, the red one, the structure changes because price pushes through here. Price has the ability to expand this one. It never expands the lower one. So if price does come back down, then I would just be saying 188 to 164. That is what I would be looking for. And then I would be looking for it to not expand the low and to continue up. If it continues with the behavior that it had before, previously, just drops into it and then bounces away from it, drops into it and bounces away. So no expansions are happening here. Drops into it and bounces away. Drops into it and bounces away. Maybe it did expand here slightly at this point here. Maybe it expanded very little. But aside from that, it's not expanding it. So that is what I would say. If you have less hopium for Apple, 188.08 to 164. Hood is in godlike mode. Hood is definitely not in the hood. Hood is in Beverly Hills somewhere. Nice looking hood chart. You had this one candle here with the wick on the 5. But aside from that, you're not even interacting with this 5 EMA at this point. So when it does that, currently that's around 85.49. Doesn't have a lot of levels for me in here. Okay. So first interaction there is something that I would be looking for. How about that? How about that? Right here into this gap. This gap and this high. That's solid. The hood for the cool off, which already started from this point in here. I was watching this like, okay, we're gonna get it. Sometimes you just keep bing bonging and going higher, but clearly the squeeze, and then a little bit potential for the bearishness to continue here on the 1 hour time frame to drive prices down. And so again, if that happens, then that is what I'd be looking for. I mean, there's seriously been zero interaction with that 5, and we're going to interact, then that would make sense. Circle with all these bullish momentum lines here. I did say to be careful with circle though, just because I was noticing on the was it the 1 hour? Yeah, the 1 hour with circle. I mean, we're in the zone here where I will be looking for something for it to cool off if it comes up to these highs, 223. Don't really have enough information. It is at, it hasn't even tapped these lows yet, as far as I can tell. Just back here inside of this gap, just breaking up the top side of that gap. Um, yeah, I was looking at this, and this made me pause. Like, ugh, is this about to roll over? It's overvalued in my opinion already, so I can see that. I can see people looking at this and putting in the effort to send it down. And then I would be looking in here, and I'd be looking here. This is, I mean, this is a consolidation area. This is where your volume is coming from. So that is what I would be looking for. No reason to fade it just yet, but it's questionable. The healthcare industry is just taking a brutal beating right now. Pre-market 33.12. High volume here at this level. The highest volume concentration is here. So it is a risk on zone to consider here. Um, it's far from making a turnaround as far as I can tell right now, but definitely just overkill on this sell off. So momentum isn't even turning up on it just yet. So do understand the risk if you are in CNC, at least until things can turn around for the company. Caribbean covered this one. It's our weekly pick, so we cover them every day now. But I will be looking for price to come back down here to this trend line if it does not manage to hold this zone in here. If it fails this zone here, then this is the highest level of activity in here. And these trend lines have, for the most part, been very respected. So this wedgie structure, it had an attempt to break out there and it failed. But this wedgie structure is what I would be looking at. And one thing I do like about this chart, let me just say that, it's here. You're looking at your weekly chart, and I like the way the cloud is dropping over here too as it gets closer and closer. The price gets closer to it is where I start to feel differently about whatever it is I'm looking to invest in. So here, and I don't know why these lines are this way, but you can see that it was in like some sort of fallen wedge. It was in some sort of like a fallen wedge formation. And then all of a sudden, momentum shifted and now it's doing this where it's putting in the higher lows but the lower highs. So definitely momentum has shifted on Rivian. I would be looking for it to get a break up, back up here to the upside. I would be looking here at about 25, and then past 25, I'd be looking at 32 for Rivian. I think that it's a good chart. I think it's a good chart at these levels. I think it's a good chart. I think it's a good buy at these levels. And given the way that it has transitioned from just completely just falling out of the sky to, I think I drew this on the, may have been drawn on a dynamic cloud or something. Just a change from falling out of the sky to actually finding some ground to be able to put in those higher lows. It's attractive. So if it comes back down to here, I'll consider entering. And if I see that it's able to hold this low, then maybe I'll consider it here and I'll cut it if it doesn't. but not a bad chart at these prices, at these lows. Knowing that it's near support, put it like that. Knowing that it's near support where it has gotten a nice reaction, where buyers tend to step in and push prices up. I like it. For all I know, this could be the one time that it doesn't come back to this line. It could be the one time it doesn't come back to this line and then it pushes up. But I think I saw something over here on the 4 hour. Yeah. Yeah, the 4 hour, the rise here out of the cloud, the push down. This could be the final phase of a push down, if anything, and then a pump. Just looking at the weekly time frame for Rivian. I'm seeing more and more people with this vehicle as well. So Pony AI. I do have some Pony AI already. I'm just looking at Bitcoin's price action, putting in a little bit of a flag down here at the low where it got a somewhat of a correction on the 5 minute time frame. Um, I do have some Pony AI, and I will be looking to add to my position on Pony AI. That's all I can say about this one. I don't really care about where the price is at on this one, so I'm going to be a little bit biased on it right now. I think their services are going to go a long way as we move forward, and so I want to be a part of it. I don't necessarily like this on the 4 hour time frame, but again, I'm just buying this one. I will do more research and I will put out a video on it. Was that a bearish high? Yeah, that was a bearish high. Before that drop happened there. It's going to take it some time to clear up any bearish divergence too. And what happens is when the this cloud, dynamic cloud, tilts up, it creates bear divs. It creates bear divs. So it shows you the weakness in the move higher. So it can continue down. I'd be looking for price to come back here. It's about 1084 all the way down to anywhere about 856. If it can't hold these lows, it held it here, but if it couldn't hold these lows and not hold these highs, I'm sorry, coming down. If it can't hold these highs coming down, then I'll be looking for it to hold the lows down here. But I'm interested. All right, Bitcoin. Yeah, I was putting in a little bit of a symmetrical triangle right here with that little push up right there. Only coming back down here somewhere around the support resistance is what I was saying earlier too. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see if any other time frame is given. Yeah. So the 15 minute is not done building the pressure for the squeeze for a bigger cool off here, but it's on the horizon. If this is preparing for continuation here, hopefully we get a short correction here first before we make that push up. Hopefully. Um, I just, I don't like it still, but what can you do about it? You're either in it or you're not. It will be weakness coming from the bulls if we do manage to, if the bears manage to break price back down below here. I mean, again, RSI looks pretty nice over here on the 15-minute time frame. Nothing to Nothing that I would worry about too much over here. Not on the 15-minute time frame. I mean, it looks great. We could dance around here for a minute or come up here to these highs and then consolidate a lot more before we see a breakdown below this trend line and a move back down somewhere around maybe this support resistance level here. Which is what I was trying to see earlier. Like maybe if I do it off of mm, I have to push up somewhere about there, 109,524, in order for this to make sense with the golden pocket. So let's just say it comes up to there and then falls back into here. That depths are there. Yeah. Let me see what is there. Come on, one. It's right here. Okay. Make this easier on myself. Okay. So we have to do something around about these highs right here. So I'll see how that goes. We already got this breakdown, so I can delete that. For that. All right, give me just a moment and I will be right back.
Boots on tight, but I'm mining that Bitcoin deep into the night. Tractor in the shed, Wi-Fi in the barn. Turning hay to data, yeah, I'm raising the alarm. Crypto country where the dollars don't flow. Trading coins and cattle, making that dough. Blockchain buzzing under the southern sky. It's a digital rodeo, give it a try. Cowboy hat in my NFT art, riding on the ether, tearing charts apart. The rooster crows and my wallet goes ding. Life on the ledger, it's a Wild West thing. Crypto country where the dollars don't flow. Trading coins and cattle, making that dough. Blockchain buzzing on the southern sky. It's a digital rodeo, give it a try. Our goal, but the farms are hard. Balancing the future and where we got our start. Horses in the stable, servers in the loft. Life's a little crazy, but the trade-offs pay off. Crypto country where the dollars don't flow. Trading coins and cattle, making that dough. Blockchain buzzing under southern sky. It's a digital rodeo, give it a try.
Over there, we ain't trade no more. We ain't selling light. Crypto crooking this thing. Let's go. Crypto crunk, we lit. We lit. Pop that dip, now we win. Win. Tap that wallet, make it flip. Flip. Dance like a coin, just hit. Hit. Crypto crunk, go wild. Go crazy. Nico is stacking in a pile. Stop. Haters mad, look at y'all. We out hitting in style. Bottle popping in the die room. Pop. QR code on my costume. Flex. Strobe light dancing on the block. Flash. You got me feeling like a boss. Facts. Sipping on that liquid steak. What? MetaMask in my gold briefcase. Token jumping like it's got legs. Chart looking like a staircase. Ledger in my back pocket. Lock. Party in the chain, no off switch. Never. Everybody screaming moon. This the bull run. Boom, make room. Crypto crunk, we lit. We lit. Bought that dip, now rich. Rich. Tap that wallet, make it flip. Flip. Dance like a coin, just hit.
Forgot that I did mute my mic a little bit. Take that one off. We've broken through that, so I really don't need it. Since we've surpassed the golden pocket already. So this is that liquidity here. And then I took into account this little area in here. Because shorts came in, really came in here. So I took into account this. So hopefully this happens before I end the stream for today. Otherwise, you can go along with that. That's 109, 171. Or look somewhere up in here around 109.5. So 109.5, you want to look at that level, and you want to look here at this level here, which again is 109, 171. It's coming from the blow-fin chart. So if you don't use the blow-fin chart, you just have to pay attention to the candlestick levels. About 109.5, something like that. To about 109.7. I don't see this as a possibility. I really don't. I don't see this as a possibility, but it's not about what I think I know. It's about what price action does at the end of the day. And that's 109.792. And that's 109.173 for me there. And then this was stretched down lower. Because this would stretch down lower. I'm just thinking about this. I mean, I like this. I like all of this.
Cross my love with a digital hand. Blockchain dreams in the darkest fair. Heart beats like an empty bar. Fingers tracing every past default. Crypto and heartache, they both crash. One's a gamble, one's a heart that won't grow. Spinning through the charts of pain and gain. Cold out the rhythms never feel the same. I try to line love, but it came up dry. Trading whispers for a hollow goodbye. Wallets full, but the soul feels broke. Burning bridges in the digital smoke. Zeros and ones don't heal the ache. I trade the world for the love I take. Every ledger has a hidden cost. In the code of love, I'm forever lost. Crypto and heartache, they both crash. One's a gamble, one's a heart that won't grow. Spinning through the charts of pain and gain. Cold out the rhythms never feel the same. Markets down and my heart's in red. Living in the margins of words unsaid. No move on when love's gone sad. Silence trading in the currency of death.
With the exception of where this purple, which is the 200, with the exception of where this, actually, no, not even really. See this? You see how these look over here right now? You see how this looks here? You see how this one comes up? You see how this one passes through as these are coming down? So right here, and then you see we're in the same, we're looking the same right here. So we're at this phase right here. Now this is a little bit closer. And it is above, it's above the 200, I mean the 100, it's above the 100. That's interesting. So Again, it looks like it's positioning itself to engulf and come down. We need to correct. This needs to be corrected. Now, it can be corrected with price moving to the upside also. And so far that hasn't worked. But it doesn't always have to come down to get a correction with this formation. That's typically what it does though, you know, but it can also correct by getting a strong move to the upside. But that's where it is right now. It's 3 day. Okay. So that connects with those two. Well, not exactly. It's 5 day. There isn't a lot of orders coming, a lot of shorts coming in, even though we're seeing this double top start to form. Not confirmed, but it's there. We start to see too many of these popping out. We know one is going to fail. Too many is requiring too much strength, in my opinion, for bulls to push the price up. When you start to see too many momentum lines popping out here, and price is not moving beyond the recent high, it's only moving beyond the recent high by a small margin. It tells a story of strength. Another little flag break here. So I was looking at the smaller one earlier, and it just transitioned into a larger corrective pattern. There should be some good volume down here in this low. So again, price, if price is going to fail here and break this ascending trend line here and come down, then there's some good liquidity in here. And I guess from this point, we'd be looking for price to come back into the SR. So when price action is, or when price action appears to be extremely bullish, something to another fib level you want to add on to your chart is going to be your 382. So in the event that you're stalling out or you're bouncing from there, then that can be a really strong move for continuation to the upside, just getting the bounce off of the 382. And indicate that, hey, we're not looking to break down any lower right now. We're just looking to keep pushing higher. 382. Premium, golden pocket, 786. So when you can identify that there's strength, then that's what you want to do. I even have my fib templates. I call it bullish duo, which is the 236 and the 382. But 382 is more than likely to be the one to get hit. And if you're losing the 382, then chances you come here. So this order block right here, in the moment, they may only want to use it as a bounce zone. May not even get to that. May only just come back as far as this momentum line here where the 786 is and top side this dynamic cloud is, just to say that this attempt to bounce from here is a failure. We roll over, we come down, we come down. Golden pocket is not going to be the bounce zone for me, even though I'm more than sure we'll get a reaction there because that's just psychology. Psychology and trading, everyone is looking at the golden pocket. But I will be looking here at the 786. In the event that the golden pocket does not hold, I would be looking here. Now these highs are really strong. We kept rejecting from here, so we have a lot of support in here. Some good support across these highs. So we're a little bit too close to the liquidity here to not claim it. So if we had if we'd have stopped here, great for the short, but now that we're too close to this liquidity, and there's plenty of liquidity sitting in here, this is definitely building up to take this liquidity. See what's going on. All right, Palantir's seeing a little bit of a rejection there. Just a little bit. They're trying to get aggressive with this candle. We're at that momentum line, it looks like. All right, since market is open, I just wanted to come back over here. We see what Bitcoin is doing right now. I've covered that. You can see how um, this white line here is approaching this ascending trend line here. So I'm just looking for a momentum break here on Palantir. See if we're gonna get that pull back down here on Palantir. Here we go. Let's see what else happened. So we were above here pre-market, and now we're back down to 109. Still struggling with the bearish highs here on EXE. Tempest, nice reclaim of this momentum line. That would be absolutely lovely. Um, Great to see it held that 58.31. Oof, guess I'm speaking too soon. Speaking too soon. Sound. Don't sleep on it. I say that every time I come on stream. Don't sleep on it right now. Do not sleep on sound right now. Coin gapped up and oh yeah. Just trying to see what we got. AMD back to this momentum line with the trend line break. Break this momentum line and manage to get the move up without putting in the bear divs. That would be great. Take a look back here at TTD. Still holding strong, 74.30 at the moment. Still managing to hold here, but just not breaking away from this resistance yet. Tesla, break back above the momentum line that it created. I like that. See if we get this push back into the dynamic cloud here. I actually like this. I like it, I like it, I like it. Take a look down here. I just don't like how, I don't like how this indicator looks, but nonetheless, it is still showing a decrease in the selling pressure. The only issue I have with this is I like to see this rising. So I like to see it actually compress. Start to compress. I like to see that, and I don't see that here. So just whipsaw for me, a little bit too whipsaw here. So you get whipsawed out on that. Apples, take a look and see what we look like after pre-market here. Okay. 209. So this may continue down to, what were we looking at? Maybe the low of this cloud. I think that's what we were looking at. Hit hood real quick. Hood is trying to push back up. So the selling pressure did not switch over to the selling pressure. Break above RSI. Maybe it gets stopped out in here. Let's see, check back in on hood. May have a delta cross. I didn't think to check that. That could be. Yeah, got a positive delta cross there. Then the MACD could be following behind it. We'll see. I was really looking for this to move into sellers. Really leaning towards sellers. Market just opened, so we'll give it a minute and come back and look at that. Circle, hitting this resistance from these lows. And then a scale is chopping about here on the top side there. Could be distribution. Let's see. Hasn't managed to really make much of a change here, but this squeeze here from all this could be a good buy. It could be. You're low enough to minimize your risk, but you just it's risky. But they're a great company. Back at this momentum line here for Rivian. This is lovely. And we already covered what I wasn't really liking about it. But I mean, that's lovely. I like the way the MACD looks here. We can get a real solid cross. If price could, has price ever? Yeah, of course it has. I know on the weekly time frame, I don't think it's ever been inside this cloud on the weekly time frame. And then last but least, let's see what Pony's doing. All right, just yeah. RSI says some sort of continuation, but give the chart a little bit more time today. So I'll maybe check back in on these in about maybe in about an hour or two. And then I'll post any updates I see. Because this stream today will be ending at 10. So that's why I was hoping that we got something nice from Bitcoin and making sure that you have some information that you can use if you so choose to. None of it's financial advice, but it's here and I like to be as helpful as I can. All right, so break below that 382 that time. I'm really interested here. I'm interested here if we get there and if this 1 hour is looking to continue. If it is looking to continue. But until then, I'm short, baby. I'm short. And it's not the liquidity level, which is why I didn't mention it. I would take my own risk. And although I don't encourage, I will share more when I feel like it's safer for anyone who's tuned in. All right, looking to hold this momentum line, possibly. I would like to see price come down here. I know that there's liquidity here. Large players came in here. All right, shorts. Okay, bulls, shorts. All right, coming to the liquidity here. I'm looking higher. Again, I've added in this to the equation. Little bit of resistance on that 15-minute chart coming from the 50 period moving average. So the 50 MA is acting a little bit as resistance there. Nice bounce too off of the 100, and of course the SR here after the liquidity sweep. Support in here. Take this liquidity. Still looking short. Order block cleared. Bearish order block has been cleared. See how we react at this area here where I have the entry set. Standard deviation 2 on the Bollinger is what I'm seeing there. And since that was like one of the first times that price close below, second time, standard deviation 1, it could start to flatten out here. No confirmation on that yet. Yeah, actually there is. I'm not seeing an expansion. It's not showing that there's an actual expansion taking place here, so it could be a good level for this short. I'm already short, so I'm just holding. Quite a bit of sell orders in this area as well. It looks like it may have tapped too. And it did. So I'll be looking for it to reject. If it's going to reject, then I mean that would be the rejection level there, or the stop for it, 109,394.9. That would just have to be the rejection area. I don't really see a reason to fade based on this, but the divergence I don't care for. The lack of expansion, those are all bearish signs in my opinion. If it gives what I'm looking for, it's going to be another subject. So I'd be looking for it to come down to here right now. I'm just making sure you can see what that is, because I know I won't be here. So 109,792.4, that is what I'd be looking at next if this fails for a potential short. I will only be looking to get short at this moment, unless it corrects enough, and then I'll look for a long. But it's either here or here. This is from where I took that entry the last time. I don't need that. I should have been paying attention to this chart over here, but there is still room for this white line here to push up. That's what happened to me when I took the short from here the last time. I took the short from here, and it was based on this line coming up here on a 4-hour time frame and getting a small rejection. So on the 4-hour, it came up, it tapped, I entered the short, and then it moved down a little bit, came back up on me. I just held through that um, with the expectation that it would reject. So and that's a nice double bottom or triple support, triple times into this level. All right. So I need to get up out of my chair and give myself a little bit of a break. Um, you've seen what I'm looking at. So this is where I'm looking for the resistance to come in here, looking for the liquidity sweep to come somewhere up through here, enough to hit this entry. You can drag it down if you want to. I wouldn't go any lower than the top side of this red box at 107,753, because I had already measured out, I'd already compensated for the swing above the liquidity. So I wouldn't do any more than that in the event that this fails and doesn't get this move down here and it comes up. Uh, this is that, just saw me do this, but this is from the 4 hour time frame here. No, this wasn't from the 4 hour time frame. I think this is from a 5 day time frame, this line here. And I just plotted it from across the moving averages. I believe it was the highest moving average as price was seeing the rejections there. So you can see it's not touching this one here. You can also do that and look for that to be a little bit of resistance. You can just draw yours line to line also across these highs here. Not that it can't break it, but price has been failing here. So if that happens, price has been failing there. And that's it. That entry again is 109,792.4 with the stop up here at 110,013. But your stop is, whatever you feel comfortable with, of course. And then I'll be looking for this to come lower, but I just stopped it out here just so I didn't have to redraw. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for giving me your time today, and I will be back on live at 5 a.m. in the morning. So since I'll be sharing my mug shot, I'll only be doing 5 to 10, because when I don't share my mug shot, I'm able to get up, walk around, lay down if I need to, be very silent most of the time, just talk here and there, just to give myself a rest. And I can't do that right now. So do be sure you follow me on my X account at Down to Crypto TA. You'll see me with a little black hat on. And be sure you follow at the Coin King, and that's with a D as in dog, A as in apple, so DACOINKING for any updates. I will share some updates on my X account, since I'm not doing as long of a stream today. So again, thank you.